Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Dr. Reese, we take attendance, please.
President D'Alessandro?
Here.
Vice President Schaefer?
Here.
Secretary Reese here. Treasurer Hanser?
Present.
Trustee McDonough?
Here.
Trustee Summers?
Here.
Trustee Whitney?
Thank you. I do not have any, oh, here he is. Let's just, for the record, here.
Trustee Whitney?
Yes, here.
All right. Go ahead. We'll give you a couple minutes to get settled. You good? Okay. There aren't any changes to the agenda. Do you have any? No. Okay. And then we have a presentation for Oxford Early Learning Center. And Rob?
Is that close enough? I think so. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. I'm Ann Robb, the Director of Early Childhood for the district. I've met everyone. Trustee Whitney, nice to meet you. So I just wanted to talk to you a little bit tonight about what all happens at the Oxford Early Learning Center. So we have our building behind OES, but we truly are spread out all around the district. We have licensed child care and preschool programs for the district, 17 classrooms in all, before and after school programs at every elementary, tuition programs at Leonard and at OELC. Our tuition programs, we have infant, toddler, 3s and 4s together, and then full day pre-K for 4-year-olds that are the older kids. We have GSRP program in all of 4 of the elementaries, OELC, Lakeville, DA, and Clear Lake, and that is a free preschool program funded, and parents have to qualify for that. We are able to offer that program to 64 students. And then our extended day program, like I said, before and after school at all the elementaries, and that's care for kids DK through 5th grade. So in all, currently we are providing a service for about 450 families throughout the district. We have 45 staff members who work tirelessly. Any random number of shifts between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Some shifts are very consistent, and others, it goes week by week, and I'm like, hey, can you help at this time tomorrow or that time next week? So have a great team at the within all of our programs. I wanted to focus on a few different areas. Our main focus this year has been connections and relationships. So we've established that mantra that you see in the corner. Our goal as a staff is we observe, educate, love, and connect. And everyone that we have an encounter with, a relationship with, everyone matters. So we've worked as we've rebuilt back up since COVID. During COVID, and then even last year for part of the year, parents weren't allowed in the building. And that was tough on my teachers because they weren't able to see those families every day and establish those relationships. So this year has been amazing. We have a great, it's a great entranceway, and the parents are able to come in and see all of the teachers and talk with them. We've also focused on social emotional as part of the recovery plan for the rest of the district. We are also doing that. We've adopted the second step curriculum, which is used in the elementaries, so we've used it in our older toddler program and our preschool, and the teachers take the most developmentally appropriate parts of that to use in their classrooms. Mainly it's the helping the little ones understand their emotions and how to deal with those big emotions. We've also been a part of the District Wellness Committee. I have a teacher who is on that committee, and she's brought that back to OELC and established our own separate staff wellness committee, and they've created some things like a walking program and other things like that. Another great thing to help social emotional that we've had this year is a partnership with Easter Seals. They approached Todd and Anita over the summer, indicating that they had grant money to help bring on another early childhood center. And with all the work that they did last year with us, they wanted to partner with us. So we have a clinician on staff 2 to 3 half days per week, and she's trained in infant toddler mental health. And she's a great, great support person to not only our students, but especially their families. Many families have reached out to speak with her, and then our staff also. So she's a great asset. Final area of focus, we are childcare, but we are academic. Whenever a family comes in to visit for a tour, it's explained to them like that. We are an educational facility that offers childcare. So all of our classrooms use a high scope curriculum, which is a curriculum that's used throughout the county in most preschool classrooms. It provides a consistent daily routine, and it's centered around student interest and inquiry based. To go along with that, our teachers are continuously assessing the children using CORE, and that provides guidance over 32 different developmental areas. Teachers are taking notes and scoring, ranking the kids in the areas, trying to always plan and prepare to scaffold them up to the next, their next area of development. We've also incorporated many IB attributes. Every classroom creates essential agreements, even in the infant room. I didn't get a picture of it, but they have their essential agreements on the wall: safe hands, safe feet. So they start their year by creating the essential agreements together with the students. And then we do have one classroom, our pre-K 4-year-old tuition program is IB focused. And our teacher there works with Courtney Morin, our IB coordinator, as well as the DK and K teachers, to help develop lessons, and mainly they're focused around the learner profile at this beginning age. And this year, thanks to Pam and Anita and Christine Russell's support, we've been able to develop a MTSS team to support OELC. So essentially what happens is we meet once a month, and teachers will bring children to the meeting that they are struggling with either academically or behaviorally and just need some extra help, guidance, strategies. So they'll talk about the child, what they're seeing, what they've tried, and then the team will help give additional support strategies as well as data collection that needs to happen. And I'm really excited about this because it has been happening in the past, but this formalizes it more so that as these kids move forward into DK and K, that documentation is there. So they're not reinventing the wheel every time they go up, and they're not calling me and saying, what's happening with this child? What have you done? It's all documented, and they can see that. So if you notice in the pictures, we have several different activities going on. We are busy all day, every day. We have some explorers and writers. So as I found all these pictures, our goal and what we are really doing at OELC is helping to mold the future artists, chefs, builders, scientists, mathematicians, and authors of the world. Some points of pride. These are also focused, everything we do is focused on relationship building. And these are not only within our program, but the district and the community as a whole. So we've had several family activities. We have an open house and curriculum night towards the beginning of the year. We've had trunk or treat, which they come out and set up behind us by the athletic field there. That's always a lot of fun. We had a first ever OELC Night at the Arts. This year we partnered with the library, and it was an amazing event. Kind of the brainchild of Pat Brower, who works in our office. She's infant toddler coordinator. She recruited some teachers, and they helped her. Every student had a piece of artwork represented, and most of the artwork was centered around a certain artist that they studied or a picture book that they then did an activity off of. We had over 150 families that signed in. Some avoided the line, but so we probably in all 400 to 500 people went through the library during that hour that we were there. The beauty of it is that the way we had it set up, it was in the big meeting rooms. It was one way in, and then as they exited, they were right in the children's section of the library, where the librarians were doing story time, and we had several families sign up for library cards. It was really a win-win for everybody. I kept saying, I'm like, we need to partner with the library because they're right next door to us. So it was very successful. We've also had, during the month of March, to celebrate reading, we had many, many mystery readers come in, and our own Superintendent Mark Fitch came in, and here she is in a picture reading to our favorite Toddler 2 friends, a classic book there. So as far as staff activities, we have many collaboration trainings. The staff is big, it's spread out all over the district, and works long hours. So when I have collaborations, we get a day off here and there, but usually they're 6:30 at night, 6:30 to 8:30 type of meetings. So I try to make them fun. We had a great collaboration over the holidays, did a scavenger hunt outside to reinforce our goals and curriculum, but it was a lot of fun. We also honored a Teacher of the Year this year. Ms. Kelly Lee was chosen from OELC, and she is our pre-K teacher, tuition teacher. She's been with us over 15 years, goes above and beyond every single day, and is always willing to try new things, new activities to get the kids prepared for kindergarten. Several student activities, field trips. Right now, we're doing bus safety and kindergarten transition visits. We've partnered with transportation. They came over last week, and the 4-year-olds get to go on the bus, and they love that. And then next week, they're going to get to visit kindergarten and DK classrooms and have lunch in the cafeteria. A huge point of pride is that there was an opportunity for me to apply for child care stabilization grant over the last year and a half. And we've been awarded approximately $1.5 million to put towards our programs. There really wasn't a whole lot of stipulations other than we couldn't do anything structural. So no additions, no new buildings. So we, worked. We were able to give tuition credits to families. We were able to forgive tuition balances that some families had due to hardships. I've done a lot of collaborating with the elementary principals to get them some updated things like gym mats and storage units, playground equipment. We've been able to upgrade the furniture in all of our OELC classrooms. So that's truly been a blessing for us. Looking ahead, the school year is winding down, but we are gearing up for our summer camp program. So we take about a week off, and then we offer summer camp at OELC and OES from June 19th through August 11th, infants through 12 years of age. The older kids get to go on weekly field trips. They're involved in a lot of technology and some literacy learning, outdoor learning. So right now we have approximately 200 students enrolled in that with 30 staff members. So we are busy. And then already in the fall, we've already had our registration for fall. We have over 350 kids already enrolled. We have 26 families in counting on our wait list for our infant toddler. Unfortunately, we have 1 infant room and 2 toddler rooms, and we can only have so many students in each of those rooms because of licensing guidelines. We have a lot of disappointed families, and they're like, well, can't you just have another classroom? I wish I could, but I don't have any space. So so that is the sad thing when families call, and there's such a dire need right now for infant toddler care. And then a focus of mine for next year will also be offering more family events on specific areas like literacy in the home, different behavioral strategies, and things like that. As I was choosing pictures, there are way too many to choose from. So here are some of our favorite friends. Many of our audience members will recognize some kids here. So, and with that being said, I'm sure you are aware, but we do offer discounts to school employees, a 10% tuition discount. So we have many, many, many school employees. I don't have that data in front of me. I wish I did have that. But we have a lot of fun, and almost every age group is represented here. And lastly, I just want to thank you for letting me present to you. I've been in the position, this is finishing 4 years, and the first time I've had to present because it was canceled every year. So, so I thank you, and our future heroes thank you also for supporting all of the programs and staff at OELC. So, you're welcome. Questions?
Thanks, Ann. Anybody have a question? Yes.
Yeah, I was just, so how much room, I heard you mention a couple times space, how much room do you have over there? How much is it?
Well, so at OELC, we have 8 classrooms.
8 classrooms.
And every classroom is
Full.
pretty much full to capacity. Yeah. 8 classrooms, we have 2 office areas, and we have a very small work area for our teachers. But we also have rooms in every elementary. There's a preschool room and then the extended day. So if we had access to 3 or 4 more classrooms, we could probably fill them. The GSRP also, they're giving additional funding for programs that can, start up new classrooms. So we've looked at some unique things that we could possibly do, but another classroom really isn't an option right now.
Right, you don't have the room.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to say that I love all the buildings in Oxford, but this is my favorite.
I won't tell anybody.
You know, if you really need a lift, just go sit in the middle of the 2-year-olds.
Yep.
And they will make everything better. Everything better. But it is truly a rich program. It's research-based. Everywhere you look, teachers and kids are interacting around best practices and even the 18-month-olds, are getting that. Anne is amazing. I don't know how she coordinates. Anita told me that I was going to see some amazing stuff when I went there, and Anita, I just, okay. But I'll tell you, it was true.
Because she wanted you to see her son.
I suppose that was it, yeah.
Mr.
But it was true, and how Anne is able to coordinate, consolidate, expand, and get all of her people from 6:30 to 8:30 at night.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, it's not you, Anne, it's unfortunately bronchitis, is amazing. And so if you have not been there to see this program, you have got to go, because I've seen nothing like it in any state I've worked, in any district I've worked over the last 32 years. It's truly is amazing. So I want
Thank
to
you.
say that.
Thank you, Vicki. And there's
Very
open
nice.
invitation to everybody.
Maybe we should sprinkle some of those little ones throughout the entire district. A little more space, more
Yeah.
little ones.
More running around for me.
It's your calling, right,
It is. It absolutely
good.
is.
Mary?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm glad you finally made it here in front of the board. I was excited about Night at the Arts. I hope we're going to do that again next year. I want to get that on my calendar. I'm really excited hearing this is obviously an Oxford school. We're talking about the SEL. We're talking about IB and essential agreements with toddlers, right? I mean, this is not preschool like I went to. And I think it's fantastic because there's an application for all of these principles at every level. And I noticed you stuck in a little career readiness down there at the bottom
That's
too.
right.
I saw
That's
that.
right.
So that's great. I mean, it's fantastic that it's so helpful to build these kids up for the next level, to everything that you're doing to make them comfortable for the next step and showing them next steps, and it's not just getting kicked from one building to the next.
Right.
So I love all the tools that you're offering. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for presenting this, and I hope I can get there before the end
You're
of the year.
welcome. I hope so too.
And you all don't take your summers off either, huh? The teachers around here just
No,
don't
I
get
do
summers
not.
off. I don't get it. Okay.
I'll sneak in a vacation, but
Thank you so
thank
much.
you. Thanks for the kind
Anybody?
words.
Great program, as everybody has said. The program is great, and I think really what the important piece of it is that we're building a foundation. We're giving a foundation for the youngest students that we have, and we're bringing it all together so that we just keep continuing to add on that foundation year after year. It's a great program, and it's great to hear that you're doing so well over there.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Ann. Okay, item 4.
Kids up there on the whole meeting.
Yeah, just
Just like
keep
a
them up
picture
there,
of
yeah.
the kids, that's awesome.
Scheduled public comment for agenda items. We had no submissions. So that leads us to number 5, our consent agenda, which is the meeting minutes of April 25th, our regular meeting and our closed session meetings, and the bills payable. Is there a motion, please?
You want me to read it?
Yes, Heather.
Okay. Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there support? Support, Mary. Any discussion? I do want to point out, again, anytime I see that there's a higher number than normal in the bills payable, I go and ask Connie. And so you'll see that there's $5,686,000 or $5,686,058, and those are interest payments that we're making on our debt. We pay that. We have to pay that this month. It was an accelerated payment, and it will be taken out yearly, so that we make our commitments to the bond that we took out years ago. But that was, we had principal and interest fees to our our bond debt from 2010, 2015, 2016, and 2018, and that's all bonds and sinking funds and everything. So all those are wrapped into one. So it's not just one, it's the combination of all 4 of those. So if you have any further questions, Connie or the folks in finance could tell that better than I can, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention that that's a combination of all those. All right.
We have to vote.
So there's the discussion. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Superintendent report.
Yes, a couple of things. One is, as you know, the guidepost report was released today, part 1.
Last night.
Last night, yes, at 7 o'clock. We have received it. Some of us even have a hard copy of it, the size of an encyclopedia. We are going to be taking a very close look at it, of course. It's a dense report. It's full of information. It's got a lot to think about. Many recommendations. The cabinet began its review this morning, and we'll continue that for the next couple of weeks. Obviously, our safety security people will be reviewing it very carefully. Some of the recommendations that are in that report are actually things that are already in progress or on our pending projects list. Some are new things for us to think about, but we're going to take a very diligent, a very studious approach and come back to you in a couple of weeks with our kind of what we surmise as a timeline for incorporating those things we need to incorporate. Maybe there are some things in the report that require community or staff kinds of surveying, because there are some things recommended that truly would kind of change the face of how we're doing things, and you might want to have some additional input before we bring those kinds of decisions to you. So we're going to take a very studied approach. It's not going to be quick. As you saw the report, it's dense. There's a lot of important information in it, and it requires study time on our part. On Thursday, as you know, Guidepost will be here for 3 meetings during the day when they will be interacting with the community to see what questions they might have, what comments they might have, and cabinet members and I know board members will be scattering themselves throughout those meetings in order to hear from Guideposts as well as from the community. So that's my report on Guideposts.
Will on Thursday there be someone collecting, so if there's an FAQ that we can, or ask guidepost to produce an FAQ based on the questions that are being asked. So that way there's maybe a Cliff Notes version.
So, we'll be doing two things. In order to make sure that people with varying topics and questions can get them all addressed, we'll be asking people to put their questions on cards that we'll be collecting, and then we'll be sorting them. Every meeting is an hour and a half long, and if there are 17 questions around 17 different topics, we want to make sure they all get asked. Sometimes you have 5 or 6 people asking the same thing, and those will hold until the end of each session so that we're not repetitive, and that repetition doesn't take away from the topics being asked. In addition, Angela will be at every meeting, taking her notes and summations, and so that we can have some sense of what was asked or not. So between the question cards, between Angela, between myself writing on on each question, we will be able to put together a summation or a FAQ, frequently asked questions, list that we'll be able to produce. So,
Okay.
second, I'd like to talk about graduation. We've had a number of people bring to our attention that our seniors this year would like and really deserve some special recognition for the fact that they've achieved their diploma under challenges we would hope no child ever has to overcome. We've thought long and hard about this. I appreciate all of the input we've been able to get from students and staff and parents. It was a very important question for 2 reasons. One is this year's graduates, last year's graduates, and the next 2 years really do deserve some extra special attention because attaining their diploma has taken great perseverance on their part. Also, it's taken a lot of thought because you have a tradition here in Oxford, and your tradition is that your graduation ceremony has been focused solely on students and their accomplishments. You've not had other agendas or other topics really come into that ceremony. That's what that ceremony has been dedicated to. And so trying to do both, maintain the tradition, I was not comfortable setting precedent with approving anything that might open the door to bringing those other agendas to the graduation ceremony and therefore kind of eroding the tradition that you had, because precedent has legal implications, as we all know, but also wanted to honor the kids and protect the tradition. So working with the high school staff, we came up with what we're calling the Wildcat Honor Cord. It is navy blue and gold. It is designated and purposed to recognize the graduates of 22, 23, 24, and 25, and to recognize them for accomplishing their graduation, as I said, under these challenges that they've had to face. So we put that notice out today. The cords are arriving in a couple of days. We'll be passing them out at graduation rehearsal, and it may satisfy people, or there may still be people who wish we had gone the other direction. But we've made this decision trying to honor the students and protect your tradition in the best way that we can. So that's what's moved forward.
Okay.
And then finally, I apologize to you because Amanda asked very good questions about your next agenda item, which is the Oakland Schools budget. And I was in a cabinet meeting this morning, so when I got these at 9:30, I didn't get them to you until about 12:30. And I just want to point out to you that in case you didn't get to click on, we've got them in front of you tonight. It's the red and black.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't need to talk about them. I'm just pointing it out. That's for your next agenda item. And that's my report.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Item 7, Board of Education matters. We have a just as Dr. Markovich just spoke about, the Oxford, or the Oakland Schools proposed general fund budget. There is a recommendation for action, so I think what we'll do is we'll put that recommendation out there, and then the discussion portion of it, we can talk about any of these things that are in front of us that were questions from our board members. So would somebody like to make that motion? Mary?
Move to approve the 2023-2024 Oakland Schools Budget Resolution as presented.
Is there support? Support Dr. Reese. Discussion? Yep, go ahead. Mike?
Oh, I was reviewing the answers to the questions earlier today, and I guess one of the things Amanda had asked, and I had noticed as well, was the appearance of them spending an additional 15 million above the expected revenue. But it sounds like this was specifically for the general fund, and there was some other, maybe a designated fund or something that they were taking that out of that was not putting them further in debt. Was that how I read that correctly? It'd be question 2 on the questions.
I think that's more, and those on the finance committee might want to,
Because it wasn't, I mean, obviously it wasn't real.
they might want to check my sources on this, but it looks like a lot of that money is allocated to capital improvements, whether it be their buildings, building repairs. But I did notice that number was significantly higher.
What fund is that money coming from, I guess, is the question, because they're proposing to spend $15 million more than what they expect to bring in.
So capital typically is an account in which you contribute money to over many years, similar to how we do it, I believe, here at Oxford. So it's not based on the revenue that's coming in this fiscal year. It could be a collection of accounts that have occurred over multiple years. So when I reviewed the budget, some of these things, I wondered where these questions were coming from, and now I understand. You guys are looking at the capital outlay budget. We're here to vote on the general fund budget, actually.
Correct.
Is the responsibility of our board. But it's good to know, because one thing I do know about Oakland schools, being an Oakland County resident for a really long time, myself graduating from Oakland County schools and having kids, is that the OTEC campuses are run through this particular ISD. Not every ISD in the district, or in the state, has OTEC. Well, that's what I referred to it when I was in high school. I don't know the technical name of it, but when I was in high school, it was OTEC. That's where we went if, you want to do any technical development. And their programs have since expanded since the 20-some years I've graduated. But essentially, they have to do enhancements to those buildings, and the funds through Oakland schools and part of that budget do pay for the OTEC campuses. And I don't know what percentage of students we particularly send, but I do think we send a fair amount of students out to the technical campuses that want to do some of those certification programs. I know it's pretty popular when we were in high school.
And for us old timers, as I just leaned over and told Heather, it was Neovac. North Oakland, something or other like that.
Yeah,
Nobody over
James
there
and I
knows what the
don't
heck I'm talking
remember
about, because they weren't even probably born when we were in school. It's just, I'm kind of dating us here, Heather.
I know,
don't say that.
I know. But one of the things too that we, and correct me if I speak incorrectly about this, but there was a time when if we sent a student to OSEC and they were there for.
Not OSEC, OTEC.
OTEC, I'm sorry. OTEC, if we sent them to OTEC, if they went there for 4 of the 7 hours of the day, they would get 4/7 of our FTE, or a portion of our FTE, in order to fund that. That no longer exists. So they do all that learning, educating, and all that independently of, we no longer contribute, they don't take our FTE for that. So I think that's why you're seeing a spike in that $15 million coming out of their capital fund to pay for those, because there is an influx in those programs, whether it be anyone that they offer, or they could be expanding on. I didn't read it deep enough to see if they were expanding.
Yeah, when I read
those
through the
services.
documents too, they did talk about some security and safety updates, which I think, being in the district we're in too, we can appreciate the vast cost of those. And they are probably extremely needed. Those buildings at least, I don't know if they're still the same buildings as when I last visited them, but they're not brand new.
Plus, there's a big chunk of money, $5.8 million for parking lots, and those parking lots, if you recall, the one here was over $1 million. So you start adding their buildings, and that $5.8 million gets eaten up very, very quickly. Great question, and it's very similar, and I love the way that you explained it, because we have the same capital fund that if we have a little bit of money left, we transfer it from the general fund to the capital fund, so that we don't have to go out and say, oh boy, now we really have to, we got caught by surprise for something, and we need to refresh it. We have some money that we've been saving over the past, I want to say 8-9 years.
Yeah.
That we've been, if it's 100,000, 200, 500, whatever that number is, we put it over in our capital fund in case we need it. It's just a buffer.
And one of the things I'll just put out as an example is we're hoping to tap into that capital fund, certainly not all of it, but a part of it, as we bring programs onto the Drainer Road property. And so, yeah, that will expand a certain budget item in your budget, but it will be money that you have in the bank, even though it's not money that comes out of the revenue coming into your district. I also, obviously, you all know I used to be the ISD superintendent, so I'm very familiar with how their campuses run and everything else. And that's true. And coming from 2 other states, when I arrived here, and I was told that we educated your children for up to half a day, but you kept all the student membership, and the ISD kind of did it out of their own funds. I thought it was great, but I have to tell you that is extremely unusual. So.
And by student membership, you mean the FTE?
The
We
FTE,
keep the
you
head
keep.
count.
So you keep a student, you program for that student 3 or 4 periods a day, you send them to Oakland Schools programs for that student the other 3 or 4 periods a day, but you keep all the state aid membership for that student. So,
And the technical campuses now do not have a fun acronym. It's just OSTC. They're Oakland Schools Technical Campuses.
Yeah,
They're-
right.
It doesn't make for a fun acronym,
I
so.
know.
James and I just restarted it.
Yeah, we're reviving it.
Okay. We'll be sure to.
I was like, it's always Pine Knob, always OTEC.
Yeah.
Okay, any other,
So-
yes.
So if they're not getting our student membership stuff, and to help educate me a little bit more for people that have been here longer, where does this money come from then? And talk
some
about-
of it comes from, you have a CTE millage
Okay,
that was passed, and so that millage for the county does support a great deal of that. They do a lot of grant funding. They get some funding, CTE funding, just like we do, for CTE programs that come from the state. However, in order to do capital projects, they have to do what we do. You have to save over time until you can get that building project financed by money that you've accumulated. They're not, for the projects they're telling you they're going to do here, they've not gone out to their voters and asked for a new bond issue or anything like that. They're trying to make it from the money that they're bringing in and the money they're setting aside.
and then is this budget, I guess for the voting on our side, is it more just a formality, they're making us aware, and then if we, or like, I've talked to other board members of other districts.
Mary was your representative to the budget hearing. Now, I could answer that because I used to run those budget hearings, but Mary, why don't you?
Does it take a supermajority, or does it not?
Actually, there's not a requirement for
Okay.
the districts to vote on this.
Okay.
You know, they bring us everything that they bring us in their effort to be transparent with all of the taxpayers, because we're all, as property owners, we're all paying into this. And they also want to be able to show all the things that they are doing, because they provide a lot of services that you wouldn't think about, from high-speed internet, and, you know, and cybersecurity supports to some of the supports we've been using here in our district, training and things like that. But there's no requirement for us to do this. It is just a formality. They want to be sure, though, that every district has the opportunity to ask the questions, you know, to see what they are spending all of their money on.
Okay.
That's a very good point. With the cybersecurity, I think there was a opportunity for us to buy our own cybersecurity technology into the district, and it was over $500,000. But we leaned into Oakland schools, and they provide that as an overlay for all the districts in the county, should you choose to use that. Some going above and beyond, some don't use it. They go with less of a security aspect.
Do we use that and then add on top? I know we have a really special person.
Oh, we have
I-
Sass.
We do.
I didn't want
Sass
to point him out.
probably tell
Yeah.
us.
Sass
Yeah.
I don't know if Sass has been listening.
Hey, Sash? Hey, do we use Oakland Schools cybersecurity stuff, or we?
No, we use our own trim microcontact.
Okay.
They use,
That's right.
subpar products.
I just,
We like the honesty, Sash. We love the honesty.
well, I was just curious. I had a feeling I knew the answer, but it was one of those kind of set it up and let them knock it out of the park. So what, I guess, in the other student services and stuff that they provide, I guess, how much, we talked about OTEC. I'm going to keep referring to it as that. What other stuff do we utilize from them out of their percentage? I'm just curious, like,
Well, you've got people in the audience
Yeah.
who use them all the time. As I said, I hesitate to speak
Right.
because I just know more than I should know, right?
Okay.
Because I used to be them. But Anita, Steve, Todd, who else?
Allison, Ryan.
Allison, Ryan. Can you get up to the microphone and just list for the board some of the things we use from Oakland Schools?
highlights. I don't need, just,
So from an instructional standpoint, and I think I'm loud enough, but from an instructional standpoint,
People
they
can't hear you online.
Can-
We need to,
Can you hear her? No, she can't
There we
hear
go.
her.
So from an instructional standpoint, they have consultants in pretty much every area: math, reading, writing, early childhood. There's a whole GSRP early childhood group that you saw Ann present today that she belongs to. They meet monthly with them. They also serve as like the financial hub for a lot of our programs. So like the GSRP funding comes through them. They organize all that work for us. Just actually last week I reached out to a math consultant who actually happens to be an Oxford parent to ask her about some math professional learning that they can provide for our elementary teachers in August and in October. They have been tremendous in our recovery efforts, to be honest. They have played a big role in the trauma-informed instructional practices and building that in. Anytime we've needed support, as an example, when we had the student pass away recently, when the MSU shooting happened, and we knew that would impact our schools, we reached out to them and they sent their mental health supports to us, and they were working with us. They have very close relationships actually with our Oxford school staff, and I can let them in.
There's a lot to list. From a technical program standpoint, I think we pride ourselves in our CTE programs. We have 10 of them, and they're very robust and rich, and put them up against any other district. But Oakland Schools provides us with their technical campus of culinary, cosmetology, some advanced auto classes that are very specialized. And so when our students progress through those programs, they provide additional courses for them to leave and go off campus and take. Of which most comprehensive high schools still can't quite accommodate within their buildings. And from a curriculum standpoint, they assist with us in our curriculum review cycle process, whether it be a course like math or science or ELA, all the way to world language, for example, this year, assisting us with what are the best practices, what are some resources, helping us connect with outside folks as well to collaborate with abundance of wealth in the curriculum world as well.
so, in addition, they
have really been supportive with some of our grant funding for some of our mental health services. So they oversee some of those grants. They support those grants with us. So some of the mental health positions that we added, including 2 FSL positions, are funded through 31N funds, which they manage from the state level, which is for general ed supports in our schools. With that, we're also trying to create sustainability. As with any grant, you try to create sustainability for when that grant is no longer there. So we're creating the opportunity to do general ed Medicaid billing for our kids that qualify for those mental health services in our schools. So their services we're already providing with licensed professionals as intervention services, and ultimately we'll be able to bill for some of those services where the kids qualify and sustain some of those programs once those grants are gone. In addition to that, they've provided a lot of our crisis response training. So they have trainer of trainers at Oakland schools that have come in and done our prepare training with our teams, starting before I was here and continuing on up until current. And in addition to that, with our Remembrance Day, with our 1-year anniversary, they were very supportive with bringing staff in, facilitating that, with supporting our staff, being available in the planning for November 30th leading up to. And what we found is probably the response the week after November 30th, we found the greatest need, and they were there to support us through that time as well, which is really important. They've also partnered with our teams at the high school level around restorative practices, providing training around restorative practices, as well as helping support development of our social emotional learning curriculum with our curriculum committee at the high school that's working on that. So.
I'll just speak from the HR perspective. They also run for the county the consortium for all of our job postings. Professional learning committees from everything from our bus drivers. They have resources at Oakland schools, cafeteria employees. So I wanted to add that as well.
Okay.
Okay, is that everybody?
Yes. Sash, you want to come up and tell us about their product again? We'll edit it out when it gets to them. Well, I can tell you that's why that our security system, our cybersecurity system, was the reason people couldn't access last night's report, because we do have a pretty robust cybersecurity. So thank you. That you're here, I didn't want to let that opportunity go by for thanking you to have a great cybersecurity. Okay, any further questions? Discussion? No? All right. Cool. James, good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
That was me too.
Nay, nay? Okay,
Nay, nay.
so you want to record, you have that?
Amanda
And Mike? Okay, thank you. I'm just jotting it down, sorry. Item B, 2023-2024 Board of Education meeting schedule review. That is coming up. It's that time of year, isn't it? For those of you that aren't familiar, our board calendar is not a yearly calendar. It is we run on the, our same as our school year, and our fiscal year is July 1st through June 30th. So this meeting, as you saw it, meeting schedule, as we came on board last year in July, or this time last year, we voted on a new schedule, and that schedule is almost up. So there is a draft in front of you. We are not voting on this tonight, correct? What I would propose is that everybody take a look at this and look at your personal calendars, and if there's something out there that is going to create a problem for us moving forward where we're going to have more than 3 or 4 board members not be there, causing us not to have a quorum to have a meeting. We would need to know that. So if there's any that you currently have on your calendar that you won't be able to attend in this list, please let Angela know. And of course, there's always going to come up, here you go. You got it, Mike? No, right there on your left, or on your right, I'm sorry. If there's anything on here, obviously let Angela know. And of course, things are going to come up that you're not going to be able to attend, whether it be a work schedule or you're not feeling well or child sick. Those are completely understandable. But again, remember, let her know if that's going to happen, because if we don't have 4 of us here, we cannot have a meeting. And if we have something that we have to have a supermajority to go into closed session. So that means we need 5. Okay? Anything else on the schedule? And I keep moving my papers and I move the agenda. Yep. Thank you. Safety and School Operations, Dr. Williman.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about some operational technology upgrades that we'll be using grant funding for. The quotes have been provided to you previously, but I want to talk to you a little bit about each of them. The first is a fiber upgrade proposal, which is the district buildings, except for Drainer property, has OM1 multi-mode fiber installed internally. This cable connects all the IDFs with the MDF. These are tech closets that are spaced out in the buildings that have cabling ran from them to various classrooms for hardwired computers, printers, projectors, Prometheums, wireless access points, cameras, HVAC, etc. OM1 was introduced in 1989. It can transmit 10 gigabytes a second of data at a maximum of 33 meters, which is 108 feet. The high school and middle school have closets that are outside of that range. The greater the distance, the less data that can be moved to and from clients. The elementary schools are in better shape as it relates to the length of the fiber runs due to smaller size of the buildings, but we are stretching the limits of the fiber. All buildings are experiencing CRC errors between the IDF and MDF, some more than others. CRC errors is a detection mechanism that identifies if data has been changed or corrupted during transmission. Corrupted data can't be trusted and is discarded, so the network will try repeatedly to deliver the complete data. This slows down transmission and congests the network, thus causing issues. Our current environment is OM1 cabling in the wall that terminates into a patch panel that is connected to an OM3 patch cable and to a 10 gigabyte LRM transceiver. This is not an ideal configuration. The goal is to update the building to OM4 cable, which is introduced in 2009, and leaving the OM3 patch cables, which is fine due to backwards compatibility, and the 10 gigabyte LRM modules. OM4 will give us the ability to transfer 10 gigabytes a second up to 550 meters, which is 1,800 feet, and even 100 gigabytes a second up to 150 meters, which is 492 feet. This upgrade will drastically improve the flow of data in our network, as well as the reliability of the security components that we have placed in our buildings. The next is the distributed antenna system proposal. Currently, all of our buildings have below acceptable or zero coverage of cellular networks, and I think this building is the best example of that. There's the seat that I'm in this evening. I've been able to somehow get them, but if I stand up, stuff will come through. Last board meeting, I had to step in a certain spot and lean to get cell service, and that's not good for when you think about safety and security. So an analysis of all buildings was completed, and it shows that we need to amplify our coverage. This proposal will deploy a strategically placed antennas throughout the buildings to provide all areas a reliable cell coverage for AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile networks. This proposal will also address our private radio solution. We are currently limited by the line of sight, so communication with Leonard is non-existent over our radios. We have addressed this problem with the high school and middle school by implementing an IP Site Connect solution. Communication takes place via RF repeaters at both buildings, but traverse our private fiber connections. A cellular wave station will be installed as well as at all buildings that is mated to cellular device for redundancy. This will allow communication between all of our buildings. And additionally, Jim and I will be getting an upgrade in our radios so that we can better communicate between the districts should any emergency arise that we would need to communicate with all campuses. And then this will also address the first responder ban. There was limited to no service in all of our buildings. This proposal will install antennas that address and provide reliable coverage in all buildings. And then the last one is a Wi-Fi 6E upgrade proposal. We currently have Meraki MR52 access points throughout the district. The MR52 is a 802.11 AC Wave 2 access point and operates on a 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz frequencies. There's one access point per classroom. Currently, we do experience connectivity issues when we have a large amount of clients attempting to connect to a single access point. This occurs during large activities that require the use of technology, such as your M-STEP. Next year, ACT and SAT tests will transition from paper and pencil to digital. We believe that we will have issues during those tests if we do not have the internal fiber and wireless that we need to access that material. The same issues will affect our other devices that rely on wireless for operation, such as potential panic buttons, security cameras, laptops, tablets, badge scanners, etc. The 6E proposal will introduce AX access points and 6 gigahertz band. We will also increase our throughput from 1 gigabyte per second to 2.5 gigabytes per second with the addition of the M-Gig switches. The new access point also come with uplink MU-MIMO, which means that access point transmitting concurrently to multiple receivers can now also be simultaneously received from multiple transmitters. Our current access points do not have that technology. And I would like to thank Sash for all of that for me. So if there are questions, I'm going to bring him up. But I will say cellular coverage, radio coverage is very difficult. And we saw that even with our power outage that we had, where DA and OES experienced that even Jeff trying to communicate with me on our radio when I was at my office at the time, it was very difficult. And he had cell service issues. So trying to communicate with campuses in that situation, it does cause a problem. Sash, along with Jim Vernier, they've gone through with our security teams, with the principals, to be able to evaluate this. And I believe Eagle, right? Eagle, and we've been in talks with Motorola as well as far as analyzing this. So if you want to come up, because they probably have questions.
Okay. I'll try my best.
Yes.
I'm going to lean to you first. If you have questions, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to make the motion first, so we can have the second discuss.
Yes, why don't you go ahead and do that, and
Okay.
then we'll answer. I think Amanda has a
All right.
question. We'll
So-
our discussion.
I move to approve to proceed with the contract agreements for technology purchases, including fiber, wireless, DAS, radio upgrades. Contracts will be presented for final approval.
Is there support? Support, Mike? Discussion.
So essentially, great job, Allison. I didn't understand half of the letters.
And that's him making
So-
it nice for us.
Essentially, this is enhancing our radio coverage so that our SROs are going to be on this as well, correct? Everyone will be able to reach wherever they're at in the district, each other easily, and there will not be any interruptions like we've had before.
Correct.
Okay.
It'll address all those issues.
Okay. That's really what thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, so just
James.
maybe to simplify it a little bit more, so not only radio coverage, cell phone coverage, which is a different, so almost like a three-tiered approach, and then the overall back-end networking between the buildings and stuff. And I'll look for your book of all your acronym, no, I'm joking. I got all that stuff. I have to commend Allison for saying it with a straight face and not, I understood, but, it was good.
What are you trying to say? This face looks like it didn't understand?
What was it OTEC before?
I do have a question. So when we get to this level of connectivity, if you will, what's the, as you know, the minute you buy a laptop, 3 days later it's obsolete. What's our time frame on this if we go down this road? How much of a lifetime do we expect?
I really think the internal fiber will outlast the buildings, to be honest with you. I don't see us ever needing more than 100 gigs of data, but who knows, that could change, right? But not anytime soon. The wireless, I'd say 5 to 10 years.
I'd like to reevaluate in 5 years. It could last us up to 10. It's really cutting edge. It's the latest wireless technology out there right now. What else am I missing? What's that? Yeah, I mean, the cell coverage, once we have the radio system in place, I mean, it's not something that's ever going to degrade, right? It's just, they're just going to be peppering more towers up there, so, yeah, I don't, you know, we're installing the new switches right now from last year's purchase. I see those lasting us another 10 years. I mean, we're going to have a very robust network, a very, very nice network.
Okay. So maybe in 3 years, we should start to think about that in our 5-year plan moving forward.
Yeah,
So-
I was going to say, one of the things that the Finance Committee talked with us about yesterday is that you will have coming before you a 5-year budget projection. In that 5-year budget projection are 5 years' worth of costs for technology, 5 years' worth of costs for facilities, 5 years' worth of costs for safety and security. That will be in the budget you have presented to you to approve in June. As soon as you approve that budget, technology, safety, security, and facilities will take those numbers out and they'll create for you a 5-year facilities plan, a 5-year tech plan, and a 5-year security safety plan. It's all going to be tied within the budget. So you will eventually have, by the end of the summer, a 5-year for everything. And where we're leveraging this now, and I'm so glad you were able to talk about its longevity, is you have been granted certain state funds around safety and security that you need to spend over the next 2 years, and you need to spend it for this purpose. And if you don't, you'll need to give it back. And so what we're saying is, what is it we really need for safety and security? That's the first filter. The second filter is what is it we can put in place that will have longevity for the district, that will save you money over time so that you can preserve your own funding. And that's the second lens. And this is what has come to you now. Over the course of the next month, there'll be other projects coming to you with the same source of funding, with the same source of immediacy that we need to address in order to meet the grant requirements.
And I just want to mention that all 3 of these projects are guaranteed to be completed by September 30th.
Okay.
Which was critical.
So, yes. So, Mary, go ahead.
I was just going to make sure that I understand the motion correctly, so that the motion is to proceed with agreement, so to have our authority to continue to move forward to put this together.
What we'd like, and I know it's a little unusual, but because we are moving rather quickly and we want to get the contracting in place, what I'd like to do is know that I have your endorsement on the projects, even though I don't have your final approval on the contracts. So we can use your endorsement to move ahead, get the contracts in place. If we bring them back in 2 weeks and you don't like them, you can still not approve them. But you're kind of giving us and giving the vendors the knowledge that you're going to seriously consider approving that if we can bring you back a contract that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I had a question. On the radio stuff for the public safety side, is this taking into account the changeover of the current radio systems that they're going to? Okay.
It is.
Because I know that's coming out in June, and unless it gets pushed back again, but I just was curious, want to make sure that we're forward thinking on that.
Right.
Okay, cool.
And that September 30th date is important because that's when we have to have spent our funds. Correct.
For one of the grants.
For the one grant. Okay.
I think, too, when you mention the 5-year budget, it's good to know that just because we're projecting 5 years doesn't mean we're not going to go revisit this in 1 year to make sure some earth-shattering innovation didn't come out, and then we need to project for that at some time in the next few years. The whole purpose of doing a forward forecast is to capture things as quick as we can so they don't become capital outlay projects that are so big that we have to go to a bond issue for them.
Right. And that's important that we think about that on all of the things that we've put in place, is that we revisit them to see if they still make sense for us and they're operating as billed, I guess is the way to put that. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. No cards? So we've reached item 9, unscheduled public comment. So we're gonna need those cards in. Oh, we'll have one filled out.
Normally have them filled out ahead of time.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna worry about it now. It's just to delay, because our attorneys.
We're not waiting for people to fill out cards.
Yep.
That's all. Is this a new person?
No.
No,
Yeah.
he knows the procedure.
Typically, we wait, but you know you're gonna get called, so why don't you just come right on up, Ray?
Sorry about that, I forgot about filling out.
You were so enthralled in the conversation,
I was.
you forgot.
I'll be brief, I've just got a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to say to Dr. Markovich that I think your solution to how to honor these students was excellent. I think it was, I'm aware of the issues that were involved, and it was a tough one. And I think you came up with probably the best solution anybody could have. So I
had a good team to work with.
well, they did a good job, okay, in my opinion anyhow. Secondly, I wanted to bring up a concern that I have, and this goes back to the clinic that we were going around about, and they were going to have the town hall meeting, and of course we never had it, but I had heard that the way it was going to be run was we were going to have to submit our questions in writing on paper, and then they were going to pick which ones they were going to answer. And that's not my idea of a town hall. Maybe I'm messed up, but a town hall to me is an opportunity to have a discussion. So I think that it should be done that people raise their hand, whoever's running it calls on people, and then you ask your question and you have a chance for a little bit of back and forth. Now obviously you got to limit it with that many people, I understand that. And the other thing is it should be done with respect. Nobody should be calling anybody names or anything like that. But there were a lot of other people that I talked to that were planning on being there, and when they heard that, they did not like that at all. So I just hope that you'll reconsider that policy for the future. Okay, thank you.
Okay. None other? Okay, we have our list of scheduled activities, and they are all on our website. Administrative clarification, Dr. Markovich?
None.
Final board comments? Anybody? Okay.
I just want to ask
Yes.
quick, why Guidepost isn't here this evening? I thought they had agreed to come and report to us this evening.
I didn't understand that they were coming and reporting at this board meeting. I understood that we needed to arrange for them to come and have informational meetings with our community. I thought that was the direction that we were supposed to go, that they would release the report. We would have time to review it and study it. We would have time to give our community an opportunity to comment on it. And then if we needed them to come back to clarify or to answer questions or to expand to the board, that they would come back at that time, not come back the day after it was released. So maybe I misunderstood, but that was the understanding I worked out with them. And I think I put that in a board memo maybe last week in an update, I hope.
I'm not sure. I know I have a text that had said they would be here on May 9th, and so that's kind of
You
what
do.
I'm going
Well,
from.
well, we have the law firm that represents us in our work with Guideposts, who is coming to talk to you tonight about an issue related to the next report, which you're going to go into closed session to hear, and maybe I wasn't clear in how I communicated that to you.
Okay, well, I
I'm
just
sorry
wanted,
if that's.
no,
I'm sorry if I
no
messed
problem.
that
I
up.
just wanted to kind of also give, the community an understanding too of when they will be here. If we're seeing news reports that June is the next date, but
Has Guidepost confirmed
I would not
this?
go with
I
any
had
news
some
reports.
questions, you know, so.
I would not go with any news reports until we hear, we have to obviously digest
So,
the
yeah,
report.
so I'm sorry, I was speaking to you about the report one, the one that just got released. If you have additional questions about the release date of report two, we would have to call them in because I have not yet asked them to come and appear before you to do anything around the release date for report two.
Okay, well,
So-
are they planning to be at the next board meeting then, so that we can ask them when the second report is due?
I think that's, if you want them to be, I'm sure they will be, but I think, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If you want them to be, I think they would be, and we'd see if they'd be available, but that's something you, the board, would have to decide. The last time they came to you, they spoke to the fact that they were waiting for some information to be released that they could share with you that came out of the prosecutor's office. They explained that they weren't sure exactly when the prosecutor would feel comfortable doing that, and therefore, the decision had to be made. Do you want to report before that information can be included, or do you want to report with that information included? I don't know that you've had a formal board conversation about that, and maybe we need to schedule a formal board conversation about that, or you can talk about it tonight. But I think I was not getting any clear direction on which way you wanted it to go. The only thing that I heard informally from some people, not on the board, but in the community, was that, you know, if there was information pending in the prosecutor's office, and if we could include that in the report, it would probably give us a more thorough report. So, and I don't think Guidepost controls when the prosecutor might feel comfortable doing that. But the board's free to discuss, and anything you direct, I'll carry through.
I do believe that we need to have them come at a more frequent rate. I don't think they need to be at every meeting. But as all of us have felt, the extraordinary, those of us especially that weren't here on November 30th, I think feel an extraordinary push for it. And we appreciate and understand, but I do think there has to be a level of accountability to Guidepost to come and at least report out to the community. Sending an email to, no offense, Dr. Markovich, is you, but we're the ones that are sitting here every 2 weeks answering to our constituents, to our families, to our kids' families, our kids' friends' families, what's happening. We're the ones that, you know, get a lot of questions, and we want to make sure that we have at least verbatim what they're saying to them, they say to us. So I guess I would support Amanda in that sense that I don't think they need to come every meeting, but they certainly need to provide more frequent updates to this community until it's done, especially as we're encroaching on trials, we're encroaching on other things. This is, in my opinion, it's a really big last piece of this that will help us finally get over that hurdle so we can not start, but get through in the middle zone. I guess you want to call this the very uncomfortable zone that we've been living, both from staff, students, families, communities. I guess it would just be more my plea that they be more transparent and come talk to the community and to the board, at least if it's a 5-minute update. I know it's expensive to fly them in, but my gosh, they have. I'm done. Okay, that was my plea.
I agreed. We had heard 4 weeks ago that it would be no later than 2 to 3 weeks for that first report. And of course, as we know, it took 4. I really think that they should be here with this community and being a little more open, and even perhaps giving presentations. We have our school gives presentations. Everyone is not going to be able to make this meeting on Thursday. We need some more involvement, I think. So,
Okay.
that's all.
Anybody else?
No, I agree. I think their presence would open up a lot of communication and make people feel maybe more comfortable. Maybe some of the people that they're still waiting to hear from might feel a little bit more open if they felt like that piece of communication was there.
Okay.
So, and they don't always have to fly here. They do have Michigan people.
Right, but I did broach that subject with
they do
them.
have some Michigan, I don't know exactly where they live or if they have an office that they're based out of or whatever, but they certainly can get here. I mean, of Crying out loud.
I did discuss
And it
that
shouldn't cost
idea
us
of them.
thousands of dollars. I'm not paying
And
that.
so, I'll ask.
Yeah,
I'll
you
make
can
sure
send
that,
a Michigan representative
if I do
with an
believe
updated
that,
report.
when Brad was here one time, he said that, we'll get to any meeting that you guys need us to. And, I think he even, I don't know if he was, tongue-in-cheeking it or not, but he said, I won't even charge you, so.
I doubt that.
Well,
I've
that's why I
seen your
said.
bills.
Yeah, I know. So,
They
let's,
charge us for everything.
I know. I'm not here to argue with you about it. I'm just trying to tell you that that's the comment that he made. So, yep. Anybody else?
My understanding was that there was maybe a couple people they wanted to talk to, but that a big piece of this that's holding this up is getting a release from the prosecutor's office. Now, I don't think we want to have them come here and present to us and say, we're still waiting to get an answer from the prosecutor's office. I'm not sure, because that's my understanding of what we're waiting on.
I think it would be
what
better
they're waiting
perceived
on.
coming from them than us saying that.
But he just said it when he was here. That was right. I mean, I have to look back, but
I agree, but if you look at news stories and what's going out there, that's not the common consensus. That's not common knowledge, even though he was here and said it, and it was there and people have watched it. But having them come here and being put, I don't want to say put in the hot seat, but being held accountable for the expectations that they set with us on reporting and the next steps and where it goes with the progress and stuff, and then, so they can hear from the community instead of us always taking the heat for everything and the disappointment and the delays and us standing here or sitting here not having answers, because it is supposed to be independent, so we don't want to intervene, we don't want to dictate, so they need to come here, present, and be able to hear. Maybe they'll have side conversations with people on the side after they get done talking and get a better sense, and maybe they can share information with them. But for us being independent and out of it and not controlling or having any say in it, I think it's important to have them here, especially when they recommitted to coming out and speaking or being here. And I'm appreciative of the town hall coming this week, the 3 separate sessions, so hopefully people are able to come out and speak to them then. But, there's going to be people that can't make that at all and still have questions and stuff. So
I think the court system is a very fluid system as well, and we may not be the first ones to know when there's something that changes within the court environment. So, no one in this community, I think, has any vested interest in releasing a report that could potentially be detrimental to the prosecution's case. But I think it's okay that we hear that that's the reason why they're waiting, and even if it's repeated a lot.
So even if it's repetitive at every meeting, just still bring them here and say, we're still waiting? I just want to be sure, because we're going to have to make that phone call and say, we want you here at every meeting, regardless of the
I don't want them at
cost.
every meeting. I think a month is a
So a
reasonable-
monthly, you want like a monthly update?
I think that's reasonable. You
Okay.
can't, 6, 8, 10 weeks go by. Shoot,
Okay.
I've been here since October, and I've
Okay.
seen them twice. I would
Well,
think it's
that's
different
about the same amount of time as we saw them since the beginning. Maybe 3 times.
And if they have Michigan people and they're not charging us, well, great. Send them.
So you would like a monthly update?
I think as appropriate.
Okay.
would you, besides having a body here, if they can't get their Michigan people or other people, a formal update from them directed to the board and to the community, or a person?
It's a memo in the packet that the public can read.
Okay.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
If they can't physically be here, we'll have a memo,
I think,
which we can introduce into the public meeting, into the minutes, because it's in our packet.
I think the biggest thing is that we need an update from them, by them, without our fingerprints or anything on it. And it comes from them that the community's hearing. And it's updates, and if we're still waiting on the prosecutor's stuff, yeah.
So I want to make sure that I understand. Without our fingerprints, meaning if they give us a monthly update in a memo, are we reading it Is that what you mean by our fingerprints being on it? You would rather them be here to present it?
I would rather be a memo or an email or something from them directed to Oxford Community School Board and community, or Oxford, the school board and the community, from them on their letterhead to us that we can put in our packet, that it's there to be read from the public. And it's not something that they send us in an email and then we're turning around and rereading or putting any, you know, and we're not interpreting what they're saying. It's not a phone conversation, it's not a text message, it's from them, and it's, you know,
I would state, though, that that's not going to be the expectation every month.
Yeah.
I think that they still need to come in person. So say, you know, for instance, we know for a fact that nothing's going to happen in one of the cases until July-ish, right? So if they give us a written update in June, fine, but July maybe potentially come and give us a different definition. I don't think it needs to go 3-4 months before they come up here again to give a long-winded speech, and then it feels like we're left holding this information without any kind of product or ability to speak about it, because it was just an update and then it gets put on their website and walks away. I think it needs to be more, they need to be in person at least every other month at the very minimum, if it is truly the reason why they're waiting is litigation.
I agree with that. I would like to be able to ask questions, and I would like to have them here to answer those questions rather than any email or something like that. And additionally, how far down the road are we going to go with the prosecutor? They've been asking for information from the prosecutor for months. The cases have been delayed. I mean, what is the expectation from Guidepost as far as, are we just waiting until the litigation is gone all the way through and delayed and delayed and delayed again, and so the report gets delayed? Or at what point does the prosecutor and Guidepost work together and say, you know, this is the information that we'll give you, and so that you can get this report to your community right away? Because I can't see this being 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the road and being okay. I know that's kind of a
We
rhetorical
may have to come
question.
to a decision at some point then we may have to come to a decision like was talked about earlier, whether, I don't know if that's our decision or theirs, but if we're gonna move forward without that information. I mean, nobody's gonna force the prosecutor's office to do anything. We don't negotiate, you know, Guidepost wouldn't negotiate with them, you know, they're there to do their job. But if, you know, if somewhere down the road we had to revisit when that, and again, I don't know that that's our decision or Guidepost, it kind of sounded like, I'm not sure what that decision was, Vicki, but, you know, you were talking about, I mean, do we want to have the information they do have released?
This is a third-party investigation, so it is truly Guideposts.
Right.
But there is also the concept of an anxious community and an anxious school board to get the report. I can picture Guidepost saying to you, you know, we can give you this report now and it will not have this in it. We could give you this report, we think, here, and it will have this in it. I don't know if you'll get to make the decision. I really don't, because it's a third-party report. And they may decide, you know, even though you want it early, we're not going to write it if we don't have this information in it. Or they could decide, okay, you've been honest so much that we'll write the report without this information in it. But I think in the end, it's their decision. However, I understand the need to make your questions and your concerns and the community's concerns known to them. And I understand the need to feel that they are responsive to that. Not that they'll change their report because of you, because that would be inappropriate. It's a third-party report. But that they would take those things into consideration as they're deciding what to do with the report. That's how I think it will go, but I admit I've never been involved in this kind of situation before.
Which is why we would
So
like
it's
them
new.
here to ask.
It's new for me.
Okay,
Well, why don't we schedule them to come here
next meeting.
at the next meeting, and why don't we discuss what an appropriate timeline is for them to repeat their visits or give us updates or whatever, and the public can hear it and be a part of it or whatever. Right?
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right. Any other further final board comments? Hmm? Okay, there is a motion to go into closed session.
You want me to read it?
Please.
Move to meet in closed session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 8H, to consider material exempt from disclosure, specifically material provided by attorney-client privilege, written legal opinion.
Is there support? Support James. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Whitney?
Yes.
Trustee Summers?
Yes.
Trustee McDonough?
Yes.
Treasurer Hanser?
Yes.
Secretary Reese? Vice President Schaefer?
Yes.
I said yes. President D'Alessandro?
Yes. Okay, 7:55.
reset.
We are out of closed session at 10:30. Meeting is adjourned.
Bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.